others that say it rather than that I say it. This is a fascinating book, and the web pages are there. You can check it out. Facts are facts. This is a book that was written by a Jewish man, and he confronted the thinking of many of the high-placed individuals of the world. This is interesting stuff. In this book, Benjamin H. Friedman, a Jewish man, writes about the Jews and reveals an interesting history. He states that the present Jews in Palestine are not the true descendants of the Judeans, but rather descendants of the Khazars. In the letter addressed to D. David Goldstein of Boston, Massachusetts, a convert to Catholicism, the author, Benjamin Friedman of New York City, dated October 1954, provides some fascinating insights. This is in the public domain. Let's study this for a while and see where we get. Benjamin H. Friedman claims that the word Jew was only introduced into the English language in the 18th century, and that Jesus referred to himself as a Judean and not as a Jew. Inscribed upon the cross when Jesus was crucified were the Latin words Jesus Nazarenus Rex Deorum, which means Jesus of Nazareth, ruler of the Judeans. Now this is fascinating. I went and checked it, and it is so. Yes, it happens to be so. Now the word Jew today has a religious as well as a political connotation. You think of a Jewish entity, a government, but you also think of their religion incorporated at the same time, whereas the term Judean is a geographic connotation. It's a geographic, it doesn't incorporate the religion. It's where he came from. He was from Judah. He was a Judean. He further writes, the form of religious worship known as Pharisaism in Judea in the time of Jesus was a religious practice based exclusively upon the Talmud. The Talmud in the time of Jesus was the Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all rolled into one. Of those who practiced Pharisaism, the Talmud today occupies the same relative position with respect to those who profess Judaism. So the rituals and rites that many of them observed were based on the Talmud and not on the Torah. Rabbi Morris, this is all from the source. Rabbi Morris and Kurtzer wrote the most revealing and comprehensive article with the title, What is a Jew?, which was published as a feature article in Look magazine in June 17, 1952 issue. In that article, Rabbi Morris Kurtzer evaluated the significance of the Talmud to Judaism today. In that illuminating treatise and that important subject, by the most qualified authority at the time, Rabbi Morris N. Kurtzer stated, the Talmud consists of 63 books of legal, ethical, and historical.
Right, so let's have a look at the Henke Ultra programming. The mind is the new battlefield.
In this video, I'm going to talk about MK Ultra mind control within the Truth Movement and how the Truth Movement is a construct, and that the same people behind these events are behind the Truth Movement, which I've said many times. And it also includes Christian channels as well, big Christian channels, as well as channels like Alex Jones and David Icke.
Let's get the website.
So I'll show you an example here. And I also want to talk about humiliation rituals.
The dark occult is sanctions.
And that the whole Truth Movement is all run by the same people.
Yep.
And they actually expose themselves.
You do.
There's something within the
Capital
Freemasonry
Institute.
that they have to tell you that something is fake. They have to reveal it to you. And they have people and channels like Russian Blitz which will reveal to you that it's fake. So when they're doing any event, they have to tell the public that the
In
event
plain
is fake,
sight.
if it is. And they will have someone tell it rather than people will pay attention. Okay? So it's like when they have an FF, if you understand what that means, an FF, the people who show you that it is an FF are also part of that construct because they have to tell you that it is phony as well at the same time. Now let's look at a bit of MK Ultra in this
Butterfly.
Rachel Elmore clip here. And she appears now on David Icke's show, Iconic. I will see Iconic. She was on Dragon's Den, and she was one of the dragons, so one of the business leaders. And she has become a truther. Now, not Freemasons are now truthers. So they're trying to twist the narrative. You can see that it is a construct, and we have the great reveal. You're also going to have major events that I've predicted in my video. Not because I'm Nostradamus, not because I can predict the future, but they have told you this themselves through the Economist magazines. They're telling you what's going to happen. They have to do it. It is part, whatever, it is part of their basic system that they have to tell you what they are doing. And the truth movement and the whole thing is them actually revealing themselves to you when the event happens and before. And so we have here Rachel Elmore, and you can see she says a storm is coming or brewing, and this is also Trump. This is all MK Ultra, mind control, and that the same people control everything. And you can see here in this picture, what do you notice? Huge monarch butterfly here,
Yeah.
and a huge monarch butterfly here.
Monarch.
While she's talking about the truth movement. It is all a construct.
Let's get the monarch up. I'm not screen sharing. Right.
I want to also talk about humiliation rituals as well in Freemasonry, where it is a bit like Panto. So in Panto, you have men who dress up in women's clothing, and Panto is based on Commedia dell'arte, where you have masks. And it seems that part of Freemasonry is that you have to have humiliation rituals where you dress up as a woman or do silly things. And this is typical of Alex Jones and people like Eric Dubay. And so we have Alex Jones here, and he's giving you predictive programming about La Palma, about what's going to happen with La Palma.
And you might want to look at text as well.
The collapse happens. It's the reverse of it. It's like a wave that breaks both ways. You're either going to get more heightened and more away, more power, and ride away like a surfer, or you're going to get more dumbed down, more corrupt, more evil. And so people are, divided. And that division's always been there.
So it's telling you about the wave. As I say, two waves splits both ways. It's giving you predictive programming about La Palma.
Now it's become absolutely accelerated and pronounced or highlighted. And so those of us that are awake are getting more awake, more purified, and more understanding. And those that aren't are going to fall deeper in illusion. It's the grand illusion.
There's no illusion.
It's an illusion. It's cutting. There's no illusion.
About a new golden age, a new age, when the whole thing is controlled from the get-go by the Masons. They're controlling all sides, and they're actually revealing their plans to you as well. So when an event happens, they have to reveal it to you, and they have people that reveal it to you as well. And you have this humiliation ritual like you have with Eric Dubay, where he dresses up in women's clothes. And this is a common theme with celebrities as well, where they have to dress up in women's clothes or do some kind of silly thing or take their shirts off or something like that. It's some kind of humiliation ritual which is based on the mocking of Christ. So they parody, which is based on, if you notice that in Freemasonry, so they parody Christian story. And what it is like a mocking ritual that they do. And you can see that the whole thing is a construct, and the events that are going to happen are all planned. And we can see this in IPEC Go too. And I'm going to talk about the beginning bit because I've often talked about in my videos how.
Look at the satanic working, which is why the timing of the Illuminati is very important.
I think also there's going to be something to do with La Palma and a flooding event, because this is what they've told us. So I'm not inventing this for myself. I'm just reading what
Explain
they
these
are
bad
actually
boys.
exposing
But
themselves.
now
They're
let's
actually
explain these bad boys. Recoil and revival. So the itinerant worker just up in, let's see right here. In 1834, a joint committee of the Massachusetts legislature conducted a formal inquiry into Masonic activity and printed a 54-page report entitled An Investigation into Freemasonry. On page 14, we read, the organization of Freemasonry as a distinct independent government within our own government and beyond the control of the laws of the land by means of its secrecy and the oaths and regulations which its subjects are bound to obey under penalties of death, have occupied much of the attention of the committee in connection with the third branch of their inquiry. End of quote. That Grady is documenting. He's quoting a documented source. With the arrival of a new generation of conspiracy fodder, the power of the lodge was reestablished in the land. Though only 10% of the electorate in 1872 were Masons, they constituted 75% of active government officials.
There you go.
John Marshall, a former Chief Justice of the United States, was eventually able to extricate himself.
Real Bible believers. History of the Illuminati. But this is the world, not just America. Intermediate by Dr. Gene Kim. He's a pastor, Bible study into his church over in USA. And this is quite an interesting sermon. It gives a link to the mind is a new battlefield, but who's behind it?
Looking for a great deal on your next trip.
I get early on it.
Prices for flights, hotels, and car. Search Lord Kayak.
Freemasonry. On page 14, we read, the organization of Freemasonry as a distinct independent government within our own government and beyond the control of the laws of the land by means of its secrecy and the oaths and regulations which its subjects are bound to obey under penalties of death have occupied much of the attention of the committee in connection with the third branch of their inquiry. End of quote. That Grady is documenting. He's quoting a documented source. With the arrival of a new generation of conspiracy fodder, the power of the lodge was reestablished in the land. Though only 10% of the electorate in 1872 were Masons, they constituted 75% of active government officials. John Marshall, a former Chief Justice of the United States, was eventually able to extricate himself from the lodge and warn his fellow Americans, quote, The institution of Masonry ought to be abandoned as one capable of much evil and incapable of producing any good which might be effected by safe and open means. In his book Freemasonry and the Vatican, oh, that's interesting. Maybe a good book to read. Ponson's explained why Masonry and politics can be such an explosive mixture. Freemasonry imposes a rigid discipline on its members, and the various Grand Lodges at least are strict on one point. Freemasons occupying political posts owe obedience above all else to the orders and directives of Masonry. The order does not always manage to obtain this unconditional obedience, but it always insists upon it as the Mason's duty. De Ponson's continues on and he quotes from the official Covenant of the Grand Orient of their Masonic philosophy. So he takes it straight from the horse's mouth. It says right here, politicians who are Masons and who are consequently in some degree emissaries of the order should remain subject to it during their term of office.
Yeah.
As politicians, they must be guided by the work of the General Assembly, but in every circumstance of their political life, they have a duty to obey those principles which govern us. They must be non-biased people then when they run our political offices. They must be very innocent people. Oh, it's just a club, they always say. Defying connections with social powers. Yeah, that's scary because you don't look at their doctrines, their beliefs. It is in our lodges that our brethren will acquire a philosophical spirit. Let us guard it lovingly, for it is the secret of political influence. We must exercise constant control. We must hear and question all those of our brethren who by their professions touch on politics, the law, or administration. Well, I have family members who are in those Masonic clubs. They don't seem to be that way. It's simple. It's the same thing with like a lot of Baptists who don't know their doctrines and they attend Baptist churches. But those who believe in those doctrines and study and are in the higher order and they're hardcore about it, okay? Now, anyways, continuing on. Whenever a God-fearing patriot discovers the darker side of Masonry, he will inevitably be puzzled at the impressive list of prominent Americans, especially among the founding fathers, who were purported to have been Masons. Moses Richardson, the Grand Treasurer of the Grand Encampment of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, testified at the investigation of Masonry in Rhode Island, December 1831 through January 1832. Now, this is a Masonic claim that all the presidents of the United States, except the two Adams, were Masons. Now, this is a problem then. How are we going to explain about George Washington and then other presidents who are possibly or even likely saved? So then how do we explain this dilemma? Grady believes that it's more simple than you think. The answer is simple. The Masons are lying through their aprons. Now you might say, why is that? Because it is the habit of famous, powerful people and elites to always lie to you. And if you don't believe that, then you should look at today's elites. All the world agrees with us. All the big shots believe with us. And you should see all they always lie to you. Do you believe in the past 2 years, your elites? They always lie, man. They always lie to you. Majority, there are just millions of Americans who side with us, except a small group of people who are disgruntled about the way we do things the past 2 years. Liars, 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 pants on fire, man. That's why they have to have Google to lie to you about the number of subscribers and comments and views to make it look like that the majority of people agree with liberal propaganda and then make the Christian side even smaller in the views and the subscription list and etc., making us look like we're a minority and something like that. So it's the devil's people and elites who have always lied, so you don't believe what they say. Now, this is what Thomas Jefferson wrote. I know no safe depository of the ultimate powers of society, but the people themselves. And if we think them not enlightened enough to exercise their control with a wholesome discretion, the remedy is not to take it from them, but to inform their discretion by education. Now, Jefferson, if you know the man, he is not a big fan of elitist power and control. He is a heavy fan of people having their rights. So for him to be a Mason, the subject of your communication, ignorant as I was of the true character of Masonry, and little informed as I was on the grounds on which its extermination was contended for, and incapable as I was, and am in my situation of investigating the controversy, I never was a Mason, and no one perhaps could be more a stranger to the principles, rights, and fruits of the institution. I had never regarded it as dangerous or obnoxious, nor on the other hand, as deriving importance from anything publicly known of it. From the number and character of those who now support against Masonry, I cannot doubt that it is at least susceptible of abuses, outweigh any advantages promised by its patrons. With this apologetic explanation, I tender you, sir, my respectful and cordial salutations. What did he mean by that? Now, this is very important because the conspiracy theorists are very amateur in their history. Okay, they always try to find a conspiracy rather than looking at something historical or a holistic historical perspective. It is true, you can find, now this is important for you Bible believers to understand. They're going to find connections of Masonry with even great awakening revival preachers. That I'm going to show you later on. You're going to hear about Sam Jones, maybe even Charles Spurgeon, and politicians, George Washington. You see pictures of him wearing a Masonic apron. Perhaps even James Madison, Tom Jefferson, other stuff like that. But what's the simple explanation why they're not Masons? You forgot what I told you before. Okay? What I told you before, it's the same thing. Not every Mason is, let's kill the whole world. Okay? Why? Because majority of the people just go there to find what? Connection. If you're a rich guy or you're an elitist, and even preachers during that time, they were very popular. Why were they popular that time? Not today. Because American people that time were more God-fearing, okay? So because they were more God-fearing, they elevated them and used them as their leaders. So if you have a leadership position during those days, inevitably, you're going to bump into the Masons. It's the Masons' job to be friends with a bunch of elitists and rulers. Why? So that they can be powerful themselves. Is that unfortunate? Of course it's unfortunate. You know why? These people, like Madison even admitted, they're not informed of Masonry. It's called a secret club. Okay? It's a secret club. They have no idea. They just think, like, for example, if a Christian wants to work with poor people, sometimes people have to go to a humanitarian organization who can make up posts of charismatics. And what you do as a minister, if you have a big ministry and you want to work with poor people, but you need a humanitarian organization, it's inevitable you're going to bump into them. People who are just like, they have no idea how to run a ministry. They're so used to being isolated at home, so it's so easy for them to judge anybody, be connected or tied to anybody. Do you realize that? Do you realize that? There are Baptist pastors who can't afford their own building, so then they'll have to rent from other buildings for different religions. Okay? And they think, it's so funny. You're part of the elite system and stuff like that. You know what? You're the loser who's stuck at home growing a beard out in the middle of the woods and playing stuff online. You don't work with real life people. You know why? You fail every time you work with real life people. I guarantee that your ministry failed. And so because of that, you're being bitter and mad, and you can find your supporters only online. Did I hurt your feelings? Did I hit your heart somewhere? So that's the reason why we must understand that, like Scofield, for example, they'll connect them to the Lotus, I think, White Lotus Society, and then they'll connect that to something. So they always do that kind of stuff.
Conquer and divide.
That time during those days, not now. Okay, not now, because preachers have really dropped down. Okay, so we can't hold hands with the elitist club now. No, but during that time, one They didn't have much knowledge about that. Number two, the preachers at that time are not really low laggies like us. They're really up there. I mean, if you look at Billy Sunday's house, his portraits, he was friends with, he has portraits of all the presidents of the United States during that time. Why? Because it was common that those people would befriend him or even meet him. Because that preacher has a large influence in their state, in their terrains, so those politicians have to befriend or know those preachers. You don't know real life. All right? Now, I'm not going to give you a whole lesson on real life and, how to be how to not be an Amish who's and a loser online. I'm not going to talk to you about real life, how to be a real life person working with real life people. That should just be common sense, okay? You all should know that. So that's what happened. So that's why Madison, for example, even if he bumped into some of those meetings, he had no idea at that time. And like I gave you from his quote, he wasn't really speaking against it, but nor was he publicly enforcing it either. But now, like he said, he hears some of the suspicious information about them. He says that they're very least susceptible of abuses. So that explains about George Washington as well. So here's an example, straight from the horse's mouth. George Washington writes to Reverend Snyder, because Reverend Snyder was concerned about the Masons. Now you gotta realize during that time Masons were infiltrating during Washington's days. But the politician president didn't know about that. So there were some preachers warning about that. So Reverend Snyder was one example. So then Washington assured him and wrote back 25th September 1798. Sir, Washington writes to the Reverend Mr. Snyder, Sir, many apologies are due to you for my not acknowledging the receipt of your obliging favor of the 22nd ULT dot. I don't know what that is. And for not thanking you at an earlier period for the book you had the goodness to send. I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati, but never saw the book until you were pleased to send it to me. The same causes which have prevented my acknowledging the receipt of your letter, I have prevented my
Don't
reading
get
the book
cold in
hitherto,
England.
namely the multiplicity of matters which pressed upon me before and the debilitating state in which I was left after a severe fever had been removed, and which allows me to add a little more now than thanks for your kind wishes and favorable sentiments. Except for an error you have run into of my presiding over the English lodges in this country. Did you hear what he said? He said that was an error. The fact is, I preside over none, nor have I been in one more than once or twice within the last 30 years. See, they just happened to take that one picture that time. Why do you think Masons want to put that in their club? Because that's their prideful day. Hey, the president of the United States went to our club, and obviously they're going to retain that picture, and you're going to pull that out and say, see, he's a Mason. It's the same thing like yours truly, And when he's preaching, and then, in front of a Catholic building, or you see my presence in a Catholic building, and they post that picture, and they say, see, he's a Jesuit. Some of these people don't have common sense. I believe, notwithstanding, that none of the lodges in this country are contaminated with the principles ascribed to the Society of the Illuminati. With respect, I am, sir, your obedient and humble servant, George Washington. So that should be evidence right there, but the evidence is also amazing. If you go to William Jewell College, Liberty, Missouri, go to the copy of John Donald.
Somebody flagged the Hidden Facts Freemasonry bloodline. Live access stated. Live access will be restored. At 11:15. Oh, right. Copyright. Oh, right. They got AI computer systems on TikTok technology. an England version. So you can't share. Wow, Freemasonry too were the key members of 33 level. Do certain things, evil in some links. Educate yourself.org. The Tavistock Institute is basically what I'm sharing on educateyourself.org. Let's go back to I think I might have hit a chord today on this short video. 1,000 views. Educate yourself. This is planned since the 1950s. Look into educateyourself.org. The mind is a new battlefield, and it began since 1950s. I never ever get. This is where they've been really attacking me all yesterday. The technology radiation on. See if we can get this up. I was only sharing that past the sermon. Now it's a short video. Short. So you can go on playlists. You can go on. It's not just this channel. There's a lot of history. Implants target individuals. This is extremely advanced technology. No, it's not on that section. I was looking for it. Then they've had all this technology to mess about people's human brains. Brain interface, it's called. So let's have a look. See if I've saved this particular one. You've got the tactics. I mean, this is 5 years ago. This is a video 5 years ago. First, this individual's channel is worth checking out because he talks about the technology and the tactics and the motives. Okay, so you might want to check out some of his information. Again, let me stop this. Go back. It's very demonic. If you're not a Freemason watching this or watching the playback, because of the title, it hasn't been titled that. Alright, basically, in 1913, the propaganda created the Tavistock Institute human relations. So this is on educateyourself.org. The facts are there to read up. Okay. And there's no conspiracy. Now, Dr. John Coleman exposed about a hierarchy, who's involved. This was like a long time ago. And about the Committee 300, who was involved. And why was this? It wasn't just 1913. The brain has been tampered with, messed about with the human brain. More sort of about the patterns and documents, more openly knowledgeable from the 1952. So you can imagine what they're doing now. The Neuralink, yeah, let's go alone. Why are they doing that? Hive mind, why they're messing about with the technology known as brain interface. You've heard about all that? Hold on. And then they've got to top it on. It's like military operation. There's a good video out there which quotes the future, that the new war, the future is the brain interface, the human brain. Why do they want to do that? Because they control the emotions, the behaviour. You know, it's big business. It's very big business. You got the banking corporations always been involved behind the scenes, and they've had the hand in the World War One, World War Two, the true history. What you think mainstream education establishments been saying for so long, a lot of it has been exposed. And a lot of people are doing more than I can do, put it that way. So yeah, it's just the computers, the internet of things were created not just for our benefit to use, it's just created for control. So, and now here we are. The Committee of 21 Gods Illuminati and the Knights Templar, Knights of Malta, and all these ancient bloodlines in Christianity, religion, and it's quite well fascinating. I was listening to a sermon, and I'll put that back on, because it especially goes into the period, because you got reference to Club of Rome, you got reference to dividing North America, South America, depopulation. I mean, you know, you've got all this evidence, 21 goals, it may be even more, the Illuminati, on this particular website too. So, yeah, if you know your history and you want to research, well, it's always been about what on earth were you doing with the British military intelligence, you know? But the biblical side is fascinating to know about, to see where we are in a spirituality point of view and why it's so demonic world we're living in now in many areas. So that is a video, about 2 years, it's old video, I'll leave it at that. And I didn't know you can't share video on TikTok. So much for that.
Serbia's president says, look, I am going to protect my people, I don't care what. And because I guess 50 or 60,000 Serbian Christians. This winter, we're here for you. So how does broadband and TV at half the price for half the year sound? That's right, all for just $23.49 a month. Settle in with big movies like Glass Onion and Knives Out Mystery on Netflix, and the best
point like normal people does weird things. How I keep doing that? Like you should be doing. Like you should be doing. And get ready with me. Oh God, you don't want to do that. You really don't want me to do. And now my getting ready takes a maximum. Okay, let's see. We've got 5 people in the room. We've got TikTok, we've got Ethan, we've got Timmy, we've got Molly, we've got Educate Yourself. Guys. And Samuel is here as well. Hi, Samuel. If you guys can guess how long it takes me to get ready, I will do a get ready with me. Not that I'm going anywhere, but you guys can. I will do a get ready with me on my lives. If you guys can guess how long it takes me from start to finish to get ready. Thanks, TikTok. What are you trying to say? So we've got 5 minutes, we've got 10 minutes, we've got 2 hours. Thanks, TikTok. 1.5 hours, right? Pamela Pumpkin! Is it the Pamela Pumpkin there? 30 minutes. Oh, Timmy, you're so sweet. Sometimes, Molly, sometimes. Oh, thank you, Ethan! Thank you, my lovely. So we've had 30 minutes, 10, 5. Okay, so takes me maximum of 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Close, Sam. You are very, very close. A maximum of 10. It's usually, oh, thank you, Ethan. You're being a little sweetheart. Thank you. So if I do like full face of makeup, which is very rare, that normally takes me about half an hour. If that.
Grow wealth automatically with Trading 212. Start with just £1. Dan's been shopping online and he's just got cash back. With top.
We know that this is that's why I sent her request and I said, whoa, super. Where and when did you capture this and what? The troll things inside this room and then they take some action against some people on the internet. Usually people who are showing something very convincing and which are influencing people to see the truth. Well, when somebody's showing you the truth, somebody hardly want to present you as a liar, as a guy who has manipulated you or give you some fake information or whatsoever. So you are all familiar that a few days ago, we got this video from this guy who are claiming that what I show is it was a rainbow and for another photo he claimed that this photo is lens flare. And this guy is here and he offered me even the money to prove something to him, but this guy is hilarious. But okay, let's put him aside because now you're going to see the great show of all. to show you this video on my channel. Just a moment. I have to remove the date and the time so you can see this better. Date, time, and I don't need what? I don't need PayPal. Yes, okay. Now we are going to remove all this. We are going to share the screen. Go here, and this is the video from the guy. The name of the channel is Planet X Exposed, and in this video, the guy said we debunked Igor 2 balloons in Scotland. So he claimed that I'm showing you very little, but the most interesting things is that he claimed that I'm using the photos that I've been showing you from 2 years ago, or even 4 years ago, and that this photo that I've been received on the January 10th from my one of my Twitter followers is actually uploaded on Alex Luyan, some channel, I don't know which one it is, on October 15, 2019. So this is the photo that they claim. I will go like this. So this they are claiming that I took photo from Alex Luyan from 2019, and then I presented this as a photo taken on January 10th. So this is the first thing that I want to show you. Now I'm going to show you something else. So I have my Twitter profile, and this is the message from my Twitter profile where I received this photo, the same photo here. I can even do like this. This is the completely same photo that he said it was uploaded in 2019. Okay, welcome. And the lady who sent me this, she said, Igor, is that it? She thinks about this. She said, I study and watch this, but I'm not very sure in that what I see. So many times I even don't take a photo. So I sent her request, and I said, whoa, super. Where and when did you capture this, and what is the direction? Or what is the direction? North, south, east? Question of a sign of question. That was Tuesday. Let me show you. Tuesday. Let me show you also. If I can put the calendar maybe somewhere here. Tuesday was January 10th. Okay. And she said, I asked you, whoa, what did you, where and when did you take this photo? And she said, today at 16:25, the direction is south-southeast. Location, capital of Croatia, Zagreb, part of the town, Sesvete. Sesvete is one, like Bronx, not like Bronx, but like Queens or something like in New York, part of the big city. This is another shot of this photo from the distance. This is a close-up, this is the distance. And this is also the Tuesday, 6:25 p.m. And so she sent me another photo next day, that was Wednesday, 3:49 p.m. From the same location. You can recognize the location because of this roof here and the satellite dishes. So let me go upstairs. This is the roof. This is the satellite dishes. So let's go here. This is the roof. Here's small roof, and this is the satellite dishes. She sent me these clouds, very same clouds, and she said in the text, today they are a little bit more careful. I just took this picture. It's the same location. And I answered her in the correspondence, everything what is on your photo, nothing from this, it's normal. Everything is still part of this appearance in the sky. And she answered me, I told that these are the chemicals. I said, no, not chemicals. So today at 11:07 p.m., I contacted Lucia once again, and I said, Lucia, are you here? She said, yes. I must ask you something. She said, yes, a question of a sign of question. The photograph that you sent me a few days ago, is that your photo, you captured that photo on that day in Sesvete, part of Zagreb. That means that you are not overtake this photo from someone else and send me as your own photo? She answered, no, I was standing literally on my balcony and I smoked a cigar and I watched the sky and I noticed this and I took a picture. I said, this is the first photograph that you sent me. Is that your photograph? Please check the date in your video or on your video or on your photo. And then she sent me the
I was 11, just watching the radiations from that blocking my internet as usual.
content of her phone with the video on it. And I will show you now this video. Just a moment. I make a screen capture. And now, let's play this video and let's see what that was the 10th of the January. This is the photo from her phone. Properties of the photo. Here it is. I will stop just a moment. I go back. I should do that very, very fast. So that was here. The properties. Here it is. Tuesday, 1625, 10th of January 2023. This is the photo. Also here the date of the photo is visible. 10th of 01 2023, 1625 in the morning. This is what I want to show you. How they are manipulated to fool you and to make me a liar or to make me someone who is fooling you or someone who is giving you some very, very strange information which are not people. I'm not manipulating you. I'm showing you exactly what the people sent me. So this is the first one. Let's take a second photo here from this guy who is claiming that I am making another photo, and I will show you now another photo. So another photo is this one. Just a moment, a bit forward, and this is another photo. This is a photo with the Comet Malchus early in the morning in Belgrade. Okay, in Belgrade. Now I will go to my. He claims that this photo is from. Just a moment. Same photo, but the photo was taken on May 17, 2012. May 17, 2012. Okay, now let's go back to my Twitter profile. To find I asked him on January 1st, very, very important, what he is using for showing this photo. You can see here, he is using Windows Photo Viewer. This is a Windows Photo Viewer with some kind of a screenshot, but this in fact is probably, I tried to find this Alex Luan channel to find this, but this channel does not exist, and this is a lie. This is a lie, and now when we expose the lie, I must tell you something very, very important. Yesterday, I not to mention that this guy said that this is the weather balloon. This is another story. So yesterday, during my presentation and on English language, just a moment, on English language, I told you about the Delos playground, how they create a Delo from the binary system. So the platform where we are living, it's a Delo playground. And these are the people who are part of this, what I've been saying yesterday. So these people who are trying to put down the truth and try to make you look like a fool, or that you are lying, or that you are doing something. So there's a lot of people who are involved in this, and they are trying to disprove everything what I've been saying to you. There is a lot of effort and time and money invest in this, what they are doing. So they are trying to disprove me with lies and with Photoshop and with all kinds of lies they are trying to use to the people who are not very friendly to me or who are skeptical or who don't know me. So before they come to my channel, they are brainwashed that I am a liar, manipulated, that I'm showing you something what is not there or what is. I mean, this is disgusting, people. This is disgusting. Including this guy here who offered me the money, and you can clearly see on his video that this other thing, the globalist.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if you actually sat down and talked with missionaries from the
No,
Church of Jesus Christ of
because
Latter-day
they're
Saints?
Freemasons.
The answer depends on.
Now this guy here, this guy is a psycho. He needs medical help. They are using this people with special needs to attack other people, and they are not, in effect, they are not doing this for money. They are doing this for free because they are manipulated. They are brainwashed, or maybe you are all familiar with this Montauk project, when they are overtaking over the people's mind, and they are manipulating with a guy who needs, in fact, medical attention. You can see in his eyes that he is not normal. He is kind of a weirdo, or just look at his eyes on his channel while he is talking. The eyes and his look tells you everything. I don't have any intention to offend someone. This is not the offending. This is not that I wash my hands from something that I did wrong. This guy needs medical attention, and especially when the way he talks, very, very calm, but then you can see in his eyes that he is in effect that he needs medical help. And there are many of them who are not showing their face, but this guy is showing his face, and this is so sad, in effect, when you see that some young people, young persons are affected and sick from the people who are doing this to them. Okay, so if you have any questions here, I would like to answer you or tell you even more today. I make one presentation of the 4 riders of Apocalypse on creative language, and this presentation is much more better quality and more information than English version, because of course this is my mother tongue language, my natural language, and I can speak and think much more faster and offer better information, and I can offer better message to the creative people than to the English people. But I guess that you are get the point of what I've been saying yesterday. And also I make another part of this video today on the Croatian channel, where I discuss the minimum number 2, which appears also in these numbers, and more in details with all this happening and events during this very certain years. And I came to astonish information which are related to these states, which make them more and more how do you say, convincible. What did I show to you yesterday? All this makes coffee. When I will make more more data in this timeline. I will put this Word document for download, and you can take a look by yourself. In a piece, you can open this on your computer, and if you are have a wish, you can think a bit more about what happened during these years with a certain number, and you will see you can fulfill this and also share this information with me, because many of us can collect more data which enter perfectly inside this. Everything which was very, very important is inside this data that I have provided. Okay, so please don't buy what they are showing you against me, because I don't have any intention to be neither unfriendly to you, neither to manipulate you, neither to tell you any lie or anything what is not the truth, or at least what I did not find.
Yeah,
as
they
a
attack you
lie.
when you share the truth.
I never did check these photos, because I believe that people deliver me these photos on my Twitter or my mail with good intention. Of course, that I cannot check out the dignity of this photo. I mean, the genuine of each photo that people send me. Because, for example, this Lucia girl, she's in Zagreb. Zagreb is 200 kilometers from me. How can I possibly check is the real information or the wrong information? I can. It's only my goodwill, the trust in the people. They want to show something, but sometimes they are doing in a both way, from the backyard enters, and from the front enters. So they simply place something for me what I took, and I took this in a good belief, in a good faith. I published it, and then someone come and said this is Photoshop, and then he shows really that this is a Photoshop, and they accuse me that I've been making Photoshop, or I don't know whatsoever. I'm not that crazy to put my reputation in that way on the edge of knife. You know what I mean? I guess I'm right. Choose the right expression. So this is it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being aware how they are after me, and what all kind of stuff that they are doing against me. Try to disprove me and make things look completely different, because they are full of, their fans are full of shit. They are very, very afraid, and they know that this is going out of their control, and this is making them very, very nervous, and this nervous action goes that they can be caught in the lie. So not to mention that you should hear how this guy is talking.
That's a couple days ago.
Listen to it.
And today. And give me a...
Listen to it.
You know, a lot of feedback on somebody that's using some photographs. Like I said, a lot of my subscribers and a lot of Facebook, MySpace, and Instagram at the time followers. A lot of these people know my... they were taking it wrong. First, you can see about 1433, 14...
What on earth?
That you should hear how this guy is talking.
That's a couple days ago.
Listen to it.
And today. And give me a...
Listen to it.
You know, a lot of feedback on somebody that's using some photographs. Like So, like I said, a lot of my subscribers and a lot of Facebook, MySpace, and Instagram at the time followers. A lot of these people know my. It was taking long. First, you can see about 1433, 14.
His live feed got shut down. Wow. Against the grain they hacked into his live feed. Go and check it out. Right towards the end, they chopped it off. They don't want Libra in Planet X system.
See right there? I'm not saying it's a blue Kachina, but there's a blue object. Yeah, it's a blue object in our sky, in our atmosphere, in our clouds. Now we're gonna go all the way to the double ring, not Planet X, and try and tell people it wasn't.
No, so this is a channel to go and watch.
Hey guys, I got you together here in Fifi. You guys gonna see a blue object pass by right here right now, and I did some work on it. And then only that, I'm gonna show you guys something. I got a little. I'm right now. Hey guys, I got you together here in Fifi. You guys gonna see a blue object pass by.
Wow, they've infiltrated his live chat. As he showed the evidence. Wow. Just goes to show it's close.
Right here right now, and I did some work on it. And then only that, I'm gonna show you guys something. I got a little. I'm right now. I'm a little kind of ticked off right now because I got.
Yeah. And then his mic got shut down.
That should be all. Thank you very much and stay tuned.
Some of that was cut out. They don't want Nebro, the evidence. Blue Kachina, Wormwood, Planet X, whatever you want to call it, getting out. Wow. Just shows up, doesn't it? No, we're not sharing that channel. Gotta share that. Against the grain. Go and check it out. I'm hacking my computer already.
You got it, Miss Barb, please. Let me show you right here. I'm going to read some of it to you, and it's full of information.
You paid the money to buy with you. I give it all and have none, babe.
They won't open electric.
Lawmakers wanted to take gas stoves. Hello, MK Ultra Mind Control. How are you doing? You got a camping stove? Thank you for coming in. And the World Economic Forum is behind the sudden push to ban gas stoves. It's Mr. Klaus Schwab himself. Let's go on and read some of it. Details have emerged to suggest that Klaus Schwab, World Economic Forum, is behind the recent sudden push from the Democrats and President Joe Biden to ban gas stoves from American homes. Do you know why they want to ban your gas stove? As Slate News has reported earlier, the Biden administration is considering a nationwide ban on gas stoves over claims they emit harmful pollutants. Do you believe that? They emit harmful pollutants, y'all? I don't believe that. Over 100 years, nobody has complained about harmful pollutants from your gas stove. And they suddenly come up with this. Listen, according to a report by Bloomberg, Biden officials claim that a ban on the appliances being used in American homes is on the table. The far-reaching admission was made by U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. Let's change this music a little bit, and I'll go on. But anyway, the far-reaching admission, yes. The option is on the table. Reports on the possible ban quickly spread on social media, causing outrage and confusion among baffled citizens. People are confused and baffled and wonder why. Well, you know, this is part of the New World Order. To take your gas stove away, y'all, what are you going to do when it's 0 degrees, the power goes out, and you used to have a gas stove with gas, a tank of gas in the backyard or wherever you kept it. You could use it as an emergency to keep you warm and cook soup and rice and whatever else to feed yourself. They want to take your gas stove away. Isn't that crazy? Let's read on, y'all. Radical Democrat of New York, Ocasio-Cortez, responded by taking to social media to speak out in support of banning gas stoves. You know that's an idiot anyway, that Cortez of New York. I'm sorry I don't see the chat right now. I'm coming back to the chat in a minute after I read. But Ocasio-Cortez says without evidence that gas stoves cause brain damage. Do you believe that? Let's read on, y'all. Mr. Mike Smith, I used to live in Kentucky 20 years ago. When I first moved to Kentucky, I had a gas stove. And I got it for the sole purpose that if the power went out from a snow or ice storm, because it happened. the first few months that I was there, an ice storm came and knocked down the power lines, and the power was out for 10 days. I survived on that gas stove. How about that? They want to take your gas stoves away. What a coincidence. But really, I was able to cook. I even melted snow on that gas stove so me and my little children could take baths. Do you know how much snow it took to get a gallon of water? Like 3 trash bag fulls of snow. It's crazy, y'all. But yeah, they want to take your gas stoves for real. Let's read on a little bit. There's more. Controversial California Democrat State Senator Scott Wiener also put in a statement on Twitter saying he is in favor of the ban of gas stoves. Gas stoves are toxic to people's health, he says. Really? How toxic is it? Especially when it comes to surviving. You know, there can be burn-off. What about electric? What is it? Gas, hot water heaters. Are they going after that? And gas furnaces? That's what it's all about, is the gas, I would say. They're going to take gas away eventually. Every kind of gas. If they can, if we sit back and allow them to take your gas stove, they'll take your gas hot water heater, your gas furnace, your gas-powered car, anything of any type of natural gas, propane gas, liquid gas, or any type of gas. Because they're going to save the earth, y'all. For real. It's crazy, y'all. Let me read a couple of these. Miss Shannon, yes. I remember you that with the see, I can remember something, y'all. Thank you for coming in, Miss Shannon. I actually remember something. What's her name? Presley? Lisa Marie? You put in the comment that she was your age. That's young, my friend. 54. What if everybody passed away at 54 years old? What kind of world and earth would we live on, you know? That's sad, y'all. I don't mean to put these stories out here to alarm and make people upset. I was demonstrating, like I said in the video. Every day, we're losing people, y'all. But let's go back to look what they say about the gas stove. Gas stoves are toxic to people's health. So they say. They cause asthma in children, cardiac problems, and other disease, Wiener claimed. Without evidence, they need to be phased out. Really? He needs to be phased out. It's right here on Twitter. He texted it on Twitter. I hope he got so many responses of negativity. I hope he did. That he could see that people just don't want to put up with us, you know, anymore. For real, y'all, we got to tell them. Not even on social media, not only, but in real life. I wish 10 million veterans, and retired Army people, Navy, military, you name it, would go to Washington and tell these people that are in charge that they're full of doo-doo. I said it, y'all. Let me keep reading. The sudden push for banning the household appliances, which have been used in American homes without issue for decades. Gas stoves have been used for decades without any problem. Decades, 100 years. Florida's Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, fired back by arguing that the Biden administration is considering the ban to meet the green agenda goals of Klaus Schwab World Economic Forum. That's what it's about, y'all. They're being bought out. They're being paid for by Davos. Let's hear what he had to say. Y'all don't mind, do you? DeSantis. DeSantis has the right voice. DeSantis is saying all the right things. But there's a but to all this. He's a politician. But is he being bought out still in the end? I mean, are we being fooled by DeSantis? But, you know, let me play this because I think it's very interesting. If it'll play, their vision is I don't think it'll play. Run everything. Everybody else is just like a serf, like a peasant. They say they're going after energy, ESG, all these other things. And you see the Biden administration wants the next gas stoves. Are you kidding me? Like, I want gas. I mean, imagine how many people had the hurricane come through, didn't have power right away, but were able to turn on some. So you cannot go down this road, but that's exactly what they want to do. And it's really weakening Western society, Western values. But underlying a lot of that is the CCP. You know, those people are there, they're elites. But, you know, Xi is really kind of the puppet behind the curtain on a lot of this stuff. So very, very problematic, I think, the direction they want to go. And what I've said in Florida is that type of stuff coming out of Davos, those policies are dead on arrival in the state of Florida. What about that? Ain't that awesome? They're dead on arrival in the state of Florida. I sure hope so. I hope they're dead on arrival in every state. A new report by Red State points that prominent Democrats and liberals never demonstrated an iota of concern over gas stoves before. Never have they mentioned this until now about your gas stove. You know, I think about people like up in the state of Maine. They have a gas stove, they have their coal heater. They'll come around and they'll take your coal heater and your wood stove heater. I mean, really? There's something else I need to look up.
Yeah.
I need to find the information on. We're going to have to register our gardens. You have a garden and you're going to register your garden. This is how crazy these people have become. They take your gas stove and your wood heater. The basic necessities of life. What government is DHEC? What government entity or agency is going to walk in your home and shut down your gas stove? I mean, do people really have the nerve to walk into your home and take your gas stove or even try to?
Remote control.
As fake news highlights into the previous report, statements put out by AOC Weiner and other leftists, they echo an article pushed by the WEF in February of last year. So almost 1 year ago, the World Economic Forum put this in an article. And so now the Democrats have the nerve to put it out there and test the waters, you know, to see if this will flow or if this will sink. If people will accept it or reject it. Well, they ought to know the majority of the people is going to reject it anyway. How many thousands of gas stoves are still in use, even for businesses? And the funny thing is, 4 people in this article have been seen on social media or in photographs using gas stoves. Listen to it. The WEF claims that gas stoves have been found to be a bigger contributor to the climate crisis than previously believed. The gas stoves have been found to be a bigger all of a sudden it's a danger to the climate. The gas stove, just like you exhaling the air, or the cows in the field, or your dog out there pooping.
There was a plane crash in Nepal this morning. A horrific situation took place.
They really believe they're going to stop everything. Why don't they stop the
72 people on the plane,
volcano?
68 passengers, and 4
They
crew
outlaw
members.
volcanoes,
They
y'all.
found the bodies of 68 people. There are
Doesn't
still
make any
4.
sense. Volcanoes need to be outlawed. And that way they can go take the volcanoes. So that's as much as the biggest problem as they're going to have. Trying to take somebody's gas stoves. I mean, even their neighbors are going to stand behind them. That's your necessity of life. What you need is like them trying to go and take the volcanoes. Because the volcanoes is a climate crisis. You know, it's causing problems to the climate, y'all. A major Twitter leftist named Max Kennerly also got in on the act, pushing the supposed dangers of cooking with gas. Am I live, y'all? Am I still live? The chat don't seem to be moving. All right, but anyway, let's keep going. Aside from never mentioning this supposed threat, it's a threat to everybody's life. Aside from never mentioning this supposed threat, several high-profile Democrats have been pictured using gas stoves. A tweet from Libs of TikTok shows images of Kamala Harris, Jill Biden, Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, and AOC, all cooking on gas stoves. What about that problem, y'all? That's a major problem right there. All these people seen cooking on gas stoves. Really, it's right here. It's in their Twitter pictures here. We have a problem, Houston, for real. That right there is a gas stove. That's a gas stove. They have gas stoves. And they think they can win this gas stove war. Hey, I have the evidence right here on my channel, y'all. That liberals use gas stoves. How did I go back? All right, let's see. So why the manufactured outrage over gas stoves? Where did this study come from? Red State says it's uncovered the answer. Regardless, it's worth asking. This is all coming from why Democrats start moving in lockstep to ban gas stoves, seemingly with no prior concern at all. No prior concern. Did y'all know there was an earthquake like 45 minutes ago in Indonesia? A 6.0. But anyway, and sure enough, with a little digging, it's been revealed that it isn't just idle science taking place. The company behind the study is called Carbon Free Buildings. OMG. The company that wrote the article being used to ban gas stoves is a World Economic Forum partner. See? Right there in their own back pocket. So yeah, they would definitely support what the World Economic Forum says because they're being paid off. Do you know how many associations, how many businesses, partnerships, all the way down to the abortion people. There are hundreds of thousands and thousands of agencies and businesses all connected and being paid to do what the Democrats and the World Economic Forum does. So let's say the man on your school board, he suddenly makes this radical decision to do what the people don't want to do. Well, he's probably connected to the World Economic Forum or Democrats or both. I could look up, I'm telling you, like Glenn Beck used to show, all these agencies and these businesses, all the way down to the abortion rights, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. If people's connected to these higher up Democrats and these world figures, that the money is flowing from the top to all the little places down to every little bottom. So yeah, that's what this is all about. Barb Weiss, you are exactly right. Thank you. That was the correct answer.
All right. And then that is the talking.
It is 1:34. Video is finally uploaded. Oh my gosh, all that energy I had, I got a headache again. The frequencies are crazy, crazy loud. I am just, actually turn on the TV, hopefully find a movie, a bowl of popcorn. I don't believe I often do popcorn. A cat, cuddle up with a cat, like really simple stuff. It just seems so out of my reach. The sun is going to go down soon. It's pretty nippy. It's not that bad. Today was like 42. Very sunny, beautiful, but I stayed backstage. I think I might try and get my stuff together here downtown. I don't know. I feel like, especially with the high-pitched screaming in my ears and a headache and getting tired, I feel like I should push through it and take this walk. Because I keep getting these visions of these interactions that I'm going to have, people I'm going to meet. So it all makes sense. The devil will want to get me all lazy now. But I'm also really craving a joint. It's back. I really haven't had.
It controls the world.
Trusts. What are they? Why are they used, and why do people use them?
Ethnicity and religious division will be eradicated. And the political rulership system has three components. And they're all singing in happy unison right now. All together now. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to talk about all together now. 1, 2, 3. Now there's a reason for that title, because we're going to talk about threes. After all, there are three persons in the Godhood, and there are three counterfeits in the system that the adversary has set up on this earth. And then there are other components of three wrapped up in this issue. Now, before I start, I just briefly want to just give a few slides to recap the story of the papal visit in Washington. When Pope Francis addressed both houses in the Capitol, he referred to Moses and referred to the law of Moses. But this is the relief that you find in the Capitol building. And it's interesting that it is surrounded by the laurel wreath. Now, the laurel wreath, of course, is the symbol of Caesar, he was always crowned with a laurel wreath. So could this be that the law of Moses that he is referring to is encapsulated in Roman Decretalia? It's of course not the only relief that we find there. We also find a similar one of Hammurabi, who gave us the first coded law, or not the first, but one of the first on this mighty stela that he erected, where there were civil laws as well as other laws, and it also is surrounded by the laurel wreath. So Babylonian law is perhaps mingled with Mosaic law. And then we also have a relief of Pope Innocent, also in the laurel wreath. And so we have perhaps a mixture of the biblical law with the Babylonian law, with the papal law, all encapsulated by Rome. Now, when the Pope was in Washington, it is fascinating that he followed the same procedure as any incoming president would. His first visit was to the White House. From the White House, they then progressed to the Capitol. And there he addressed both houses, and he gave this fascinating speech. And in the speech, he used various people. And I believe that the stories that he used were to highlight a certain philosophy that was central to his theme. Just as any incoming president, after his address, he would then go to the doors to greet the people and address the nation. But he went one higher, he went up to the balcony. So in a sense, he became the unofficial higher president of the United States. And thereafter, he went to, well,
and something that we've been working on for quite some time. The beauty of it is that VA has a unique solid state source that can be used for multiple applications in ground or sea environments. The purpose of the hyperbaric microwave is to disrupt the electronics of different equipments, targets, and render them either inoperative or break them.
Would you define it as a non-lethal system?
Well,
that's the wrong question. Is it a non-lethal system? You're looking at a high-powered microwave transmitter. As you can see, it fits on a table. Auto tracks, auto targets. We've received over 500 reports from non-vaccinated people around the world of a sudden onset
the United Nations. And we'll talk about that in a second. Now, when Herod the Great built the temple in Jerusalem, he also at the entrance placed this Roman eagle. In other words, what he did, because he got his power from Rome, he dedicated the temple to Caesar. Now the question is, can the temple of God be dedicated to Caesar, or should it be dedicated to God? And so the Roman zealots were very upset about this. And one night they snuck over to the temple and they obliterated this emblem of Roman oppression. And Herod was not too pleased at this event. He had them dragged physically to his abode, and there he had them tortured to death. You see, you don't mess with Rome. And I'm wondering if the symbols that we have just seen were actually far greater than even this symbol, because the law of God, the Babylonian law, and the papal law are all encapsulated by this laurel wreath, suggesting that Rome is the one who will determine in which format these laws will be fused into one. In his speech, he referred to some interesting characters. And one is surprised that he used these personages because he himself, being a Jesuit, referred to Abraham Lincoln, who was never a friend of Jesuits, and wrote it quite clearly in his writings and warned against these people, whom he regarded as one of the greatest dangers for the new nation. But the speech was brilliantly choreographed. And I believe he used these personages not because of their relationship to the United States per se, but for a greater reality. He was setting the tone for the new world order. And that is why he drove around in a little Fiat, so that everyone would assume that he was so humble. When the word Fiat, of course, means to rule with absolute authority. And it was another one of those symbols. And I gave this lecture before, so that's not my point. This is just an introduction. Why did he use Abraham Lincoln? Well, Lincoln was the one who united the states and made one conglomerate under one leadership. So what he intended was to bring the message that the states of the world would be united under one authority. And then he referred to Thomas Merton. And what was his claim to fame? His claim to fame was that he wanted to incorporate all the religious systems of the world. So by using him as an example of a great American hero, he was actually saying our aim is to unite all religions. The next one he referred to was Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther King, of course, was the one who said that he had a dream. And that dream was that there would be racial equality on all levels. And this would be also part and parcel of the new world order. The divide between ethnic differences would be eliminated. Not that I'm making a value judgment, I'm just making an observation. The final one that was rather fascinating was that of Doris Day, who, by the way, in the Roman Catholic system is well on her way to sainthood, as she will be canonized, even though she was a lady with a rather colorful past. She had more than one marriage. Apparently, she also had an abortion, and she had all kinds of strange manifestations. But that is not the point. What was it that he wanted to highlight? She stood for redistribution of wealth. In other words, if I get the message right, he was saying all nations will be united under one authority.
I don't care what you're doing, you need to stop and listen to this interview.
Only thing we've ever wanted is self-understanding, understanding of our human condition. This is knowledge.
All ethnicity and religious division will be eradicated, and there will be a redistribution of wealth. After his speech, he went into the foyer, where he went to the statue of Saint Junipero Serra. And this was the Catholic missionary who had introduced Catholicism into California and had used the Indian population almost like the reduction systems in the South had been used by the Jesuits in order to build up Catholicism in the nation. In other words, the nation would once again serve the Roman system. And that's rather a powerful message. And since then, a number of things have happened. Number one, he declared 2016 as the year of mercy. And as I explained before, the papal system embodies the aspect of mercy, not God, the papal system. Because according to them, God had handed over this theology, if you like, to the papal system. When you die, you are still responsible for the sins that you have committed, even if they are forgiven. And therefore, you will go to a place called purgatory. And the only way to get out of purgatory is if the papacy makes use of the treasury of merit in order to transfer merit through mercy to someone in purgatory so that it can be released from the penalty of forgiven sins. And of course, that is not biblical at all, and the reformers were very adamant about that position, and this is where the whole Reformation began, with Martin Luther nailing his thesis against the wall, saying you cannot buy salvation, and the papacy doesn't have the power to disseminate mercy. So I'm fascinated that the year 2016 is the year of mercy. And I'm wondering if next year then, 2017, will be the year of non-mercy. And I find that rather interesting. Subsequently, he went to the United Nations, and we see again that the United Nations emblem is encapsulated in the laurel wreath, and it is subject to Rome. And it became the first pope to address this illustrious body and the leaders of the world. Now you will say to me, excuse me, there have been many popes that have addressed the United Nations, including his predecessor and the one before that. So where do I get that idea from? Yes, there have been popes who have spoken of the United Nations, but never only to the ambassadors of the various nations. But this being the celebration of the 17th year of the United Nations, all the leaders of the world were there. And thus, after having symbolically been inaugurated as the supreme president in the Capitol, which, by the way, is his temple, and as the representative of Osiris, he had stood on the balcony to greet his people, it was only fitting that he should go there and inform the nations that they had a document to deal with that November that had to be signed in Paris. Well, there was quite a bit of turmoil in Paris. Some claim it was a false flag. Some claim it was not a false flag. Howbeit, the nations came and they signed away their sovereignty on these issues and made it subject to a world authority. So where is this heading? And the historic events that have happened since then, are they merely chance? Are they glitches on the pages of history? Or is there a plan as we look at the events? So how are we going to put the system together? And how are we all going to come together? 1, 2, 3. Well, let's start with Genesis. And again, I want to reiterate, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm not saying whether this or that system or lifestyle is right or wrong or whatever. I'm just making an observation. That's all. Genesis 1:27, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. So God had created the male and female, and he had given them dominion. Now he also had a covenant with them, and the covenant was between God and the man. The woman being part of his body, one with his flesh, was automatically incorporated, but God set a hierarchy in place nevertheless. Before Eve was even created, God made his covenant with Adam. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, thou mayst freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. This covenant and this prohibition was obviously communicated also to Eve. And after the flood, we read Noah went forth and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with them. So redemption incorporates both sexes, of course, because the two shall be one. But when it comes to the covenant, it is made with the man.
Hello, I am Dr. Cindy Parker. Welcome to my Biblical Hebrew class. Alice, I see you.
We read in Genesis 9 verse 1, and God blessed Noah and his sons. Now, he didn't forget about the wives there because he mentioned them previously, as Randy Skeet also says in one of his lectures, and said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Isn't that the same that he did with Adam? And God spoke unto Noah and his sons with him, saying, and behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you. So God didn't change his mind after the fall of Adam and Eve. He didn't change the hierarchy. God set a hierarchy in place. And this hierarchy and this covenant is something that is divinely instituted. Now, my question is, if you were the enemy of God, would you not want to put the order that God had put in place into jeopardy and perhaps reverse the order? Wouldn't that be something that would be up his sleeves? Wanting to undo everything that God had put in place? So how far are we in the world's governmental system of having turned the covenants upside down? So there was a particular hierarchy in heaven. The man was at the leadership position, the woman, and then the children. Because the fifth commandment says, honor thy father and thy mother. Now, if we look at the modern systems, we find a fascinating reversal. 1 Corinthians 11:3, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ. And the head of the woman is the man. And the head of Christ is God. Is there a hierarchy in heaven, yes or no? And the answer is, the Bible says yes. Even in heaven there's a hierarchy. There is God, Christ, who is in every essence what God is, archangels, and then various different classes of angels. There's a hierarchy. And so there's a hierarchy on earth as well. Now, does this make the woman inferior in any way? Absolutely not. And after the fall, which one got the more important job, the man or the woman? The woman got the more important job. The man had to go and work in the field by the sweat of his brow and to make sure there was food on the table. But the woman got the important task of raising children attributes that are superbly fitted to the woman. Not that the man can't do it, or that the woman cannot do what a man can do. If I think of the war years, who took care of industry? Who ran the heavy machinery? Who did the welding? Who did the fixing? Who did the building? Wasn't it the women? Absolutely. It's not that a woman cannot do it. It's just that God had set a particular hierarchy in place, and that is just the way it is. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. They are a unit. And one isn't inferior or superior, but the one is subject to the other. Wives, you are subject to your husbands. Husbands, love your wives. And love is not self-seeking. It does not lord it over anyone. It is kind. It is, all those attributes of that Paul mentions in Corinthians. And then in Genesis chapter 2, verse 2, and on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. That's the structure of the covenant and the hierarchical structure that was set up in Eden. And I assume that the enemy is not pleased with any of it and would like to reverse it entirely. Now in Daniel chapter 2, we read about this image, and it represents the nations as they come over time, and the head was the head of gold, and the arms of silver was the Medo-Persian Empire, and then the hips of brass were the Greek Empire, and then the legs were the Roman Empire. Now normally when you see that statue, you see them standing there with their legs very tightly together. And I thought perhaps we could modify that a little bit. So I spread the legs around a little bit. And I put one of the feet in Rome and one of the feet in Constantinople. Because what had happened to the Roman Empire? The Roman Empire had split. And the Roman Empire had made a new capital in Constantinople for the civil power, which left a vacuum in Rome, which was filled by the Pontifex Maximus, who took the place of the Caesar and became the spiritual head. So in a sense, what we have here is a spiritual power that yields the spiritual sword, and the secular power which represents the state. And if you go down and you look at the feet, then they consist of iron and clay.
Hey guys, Grant Cardone. Hope you're doing well today. Here we are going into 2023, and it's going to be breakable for some and unbreakable for me and those that follow the steps I'm going to share with you.
How to triangulate. It's very simple.
In January, I am doing a 5 day.
Find the strongest signal source. So it's going to be right over there. And you write down on your map, your house, and then you walk to it. See you. Make sure it's working. You use a signal generator to generate that signal. So it's the analyzer is actually picking up the signal. We're going to receive it and transmit it. So just think of the signal generator as a transmitting device. And the analyzer.
Right, 2 hours. So it's obviously they're hacked into this internet.
Prophet Nathan would have gone and said, David, don't you hear what we're preaching? Did you hear what Samuel said? Don't you hear what Zadok is saying? Forget what some of the priests do.
And leave it open there. I'm going to be preaching almost exclusively from John, the 8th chapter. The Holy Spirit's opened this chapter to me. I've been in it for a number of weeks. Now, when you get that, I'd like you to open it to John, the 8th chapter, and then look me in the eye for a minute. Let me talk to you as pastor to congregation. I'm senior pastor. I'm not that old. I don't
If
like
you're
the word
between
senior
40
either,
and
but
65 years
I
old
have to
and
be
don't
older
have
than
life
these young men around here. And you didn't need to say amen. You know what I mean. Here's what I want to say to you. If any one of these pastors, including myself tonight, if we get to sounding like we're preaching right at
insurance, then this message is for you.
God. Because if I've ever been
This is highly critical information because we're trying to move through society as basically the resistant team against this tyranny. Now, I was looking into some of this type of EMF, versatile, wireless system, basically that's pretty much mesh and has this material in it that you can put on your eyes. It's just material, it doesn't have anything else in it. But it blocks with different silver shielding fabric, and basically if people put it on their eyes when they go to sleep, because imagine you're asleep and then a weaponized attack is happening, and basically during the time you're sleeping, what's the most critical moment? Your body is going through this highest healing phase when you're asleep. But it's just not enough to say that either, because it's more things to it. That's one step. But if, let's say, they hit the 60 that takes out oxygen. So oxygen absorption makes 60 GHz perfect for backhaul. Oxygen molecules become highly absorbed in electromagnetic energy, which weakens 60 GHz signals. So, I mean, if they're putting in the atmosphere, obviously the toxic chemicals and elements and stuff like that, like you just said, this is extremely high frequency. You would only imagine what would be happening to the birds whenever they fly throughout the atmosphere and then they just drop out of the atmosphere out of nowhere. So it kind of tells you where things are all going on that level. We got to get into the other aspects of it, because they say, well, we wouldn't be at the atmosphere now, but and it's actually an attenuated way. Meteorological attenuation on chemicalization at 300 GHz. And we go into this because they're lying, telling you that nothing's going to happen. So again, there's multiple ways of attenuation happening. There's deliberate attenuation, environmental and automatic attenuations. So you get attenuation from solar storms as well. That will typically happen if a solar storm comes through. It's because of the energy waves of a solar storm and the frequency of a solar storm. But when we have the military shooting the frequencies and the energies as well, that is deliberate, not natural, then we have different effects. And then we look into some of it right here. And like we just said, this is a report, and we'll go into the report. The report talks about how the water, different changes in the water. It says the frequency range between 300 GHz and 1500 GHz for sub-frequency wide band. And add the attenuation caused by water vapor, 70.84 relative humidity. The water vapor absorption is calculated using parameters from HITRAN. We refer to the prediction method 21 post-process. And then you look down at the bottom there and they go and say RT without attenuation due to water vapor, RT with attenuation due to water vapor. And basically when you hit that frequency.
So basically, I'm going to make this in a minute because I'm tired. All of this is frequencies as well. I'm just listening on something, but I need to call it in. Got to take some natural remedies to help me sleep. The EMF I know all this internet stuff is all rerouted and controlled. Soul catching as well. I didn't get hardly any sleep, 5 hours yesterday. And they're radiating the top of my left side of my head. And they gave me a bad, really upset stomach all day. So I haven't been able to eat anything. I would have another herbal drink to settle down. More blankets, because it's getting really, really cold. I can't keep my little heater on during the night because of the electric. I have to have my central heating on. Just keep it on now. Best I can to keep it at just a certain temperature on top. I have to cover my head up with all these extra padding kind of things I've got. And turn off the Wi-Fi and everything. Best I can. Save electric. Just keep the audio going. I can't say it any longer. Do you know something? I shall be listening to this pastor, his speech, this demonic attacks on this world. These gifted souls, the key scriptures. One I listened to earlier was the origins of the teachings. I mean, I was too tired really to really focus. What I picked up is that where Jesus was actually born and the language used, the actual area all those centuries ago was, I love history. What I used to like it. It was fascinating. And it just makes a lot of sense of what the world is now we're living in. I was very poorly when I was out. Very, very poorly. So they were giving me heart palpitations. I'm still doing it now. 2 days in a row. Left side of the arm and left side of my head. Palpitations, frequencies in the ears. Microwave technology as well. Surrounded, well, it's interesting actually. I'm going to put this kind of beat tone, which is meant, if you listen to it, I'm going to see if it works this time because I haven't played it for a while. And it's meant to counter react to the frequency tones, but you still got the physical attacks of the technology on the body, the radiation. Somebody I couldn't listen to them, it was too much. I can't really concentrate really. So yeah, another day, quite a few days. Well, another day as well, especially having to just hot water bottles, heat pads, to rest my body up, to let it heal. Yeah, it's not great. Gonna have a light sandwich, which is like a little, well, I can't even do that. It's just a light, small little roll thing. It has to be very broken down, very, very small because I can't stomach much talk. So whatever happens, happens. This world, on different platforms, there's this emergency kit locked in these phone boxes around the country in England, apparently. So God forbid if anyone has a heart attack, you're meant to be able to get the equipment out and resuscitate somebody, but you need a code to get in that kind of unit. And that links to what I've seen in the town. These little, it's like they're getting ready for some kind of disaster. Whether it's man-made disaster or natural disaster, who really knows what goes on with the globe disease? And when you look at billions of years ago, formation of Earth and the Big Bang or whatever theory you're into, they're messing about with the weather already anyway, long time ago. So anything's possible. Just the soul. One soul. Oh, it's so important just to keep whatever your belief systems are, to focus. Now, I'm not saying everyone that's a member of a lodge, Freemason lodge, is a negative character. I'm just saying a lot of them don't realise their studies and their memberships when they get to a certain level, what they are really joining and giving their life promises to, physical assistance on Earth. You're not going to be that enlightened, shall we say. And the origins of Freemasonry goes back to quite a good history. Yeah, digs up a lot of cobwebs from black nobility, 13 bloodline families. Yeah, it's a lot to take in. I mean, it takes a while to study and to learn a lot of stuff. But the fact is now, we're here now, we can't change what's happened. And there is going to be a lot of civil unrest. What form it takes, who knows? The psychological attacks on people like me as well, but this is a bigger picture. They've already got replacing humans, flesh and blood, with AI, very sophisticated robots, computerization of these platforms, replacing humans with avatars. They're already pushing that. Meet your new avatar. It really is very futuristic, like the movie Fifth Element, Tesla and Elon Musk the other day. I saw a video promoting the driverless cars. They have to have a grid pattern for this technology. It's not just 5G. It's not just phones. The sophistication is more than just 6G as well. So, yeah. So it's like learning about natural health while you're still around, or you can keep fighting. Because a lot of people, I also saw a news release. Royal College of Nursing Limited Company, its members are striking action. Because I've known this for years anyway, but the public sector, the companies, public funded, a lot of these NHS England company, it's subcontracted out in primary care, for example. NHS Foundation Trust is set up as a companies. The board directors and CEOs don't seem to be on the ground floor, where individuals, God forbid, they need to rush into hospital or sitting in ambulances, or the area A&E it's called, 12 hours sometimes in corridors. One article said some nurses are told to go buy a shop and get these stick up on the corridor walls for people that need IV in their body and get treated in the corridor. They quoted quite a high figure of individuals in beds because they get paid per bed, you see, because they call it public funded services, or even private companies are struggling to get individuals, they call it care in the community as well. But the way they have to run it is assessment processes, civil servants, public servants. A lot of people are leaving to go into private companies with their skills. So everything, I've seen a lot of policies really long time ago are using remote monitoring on the bio data, human data in the body. So you could be monitored if you consent to that remotely instead of going outside your home. It's a lot of technology being developed, already developed, but it's only coming out in the public now. And the future is transhumanism. In the meantime, I should shut the stream down because it's just been blocked anyway. So nobody, well, there's a lot of people. Yeah, I can't say I'm no longer too tired. Sort of sharing. Yeah. So that's a hacking, not.
Investigation. 1, 2,
with our next part of our interview, number 2, with Simon. And we're going to move a little bit further forward in time now because there is so much to cover. And maybe we'll come back to Simon another time. But we're just going to allow Simon to begin where he feels we have some really important information.
Okay, right. I think I'd like to quickly jump forward to 1971. It's one of the most complex experiences that I'd had.
Can I just ask you, just for a sort of a reference point
About
to your age?
11
About 11.
and 3/4. And it's when I made an agreement with them. I actually remember making an agreement with them. I'd been taken on board the craft, and the being, it's a mantid being, again, with a purple cloak, the same one that has called me, I'm your mother, about 9 foot tall. I'm hysterical. I'm screaming and crying because I'm on this spaceship where it appears to be a school taking place with children being taught. They're all girls. I'm the only boy there. I'm being told to wait because someone's going to come and collect you. You're not coming to school. You're going to be collected. And then this being sort of marches towards me. I don't run away because in the back of my head I think I know this creature. And then he walks straight up to me, looks down and puts his 2 hands on my shoulders and says, would you like to be like us, to have knowledge and understanding, to know the future and see the past? But I never let him finish the sentence because I'm so interested in the past and the future. I say, yes, because I really want to know about the past and I really want to know about the future. And as soon as I say that, his hand drops down off my shoulder, takes my right hand and he says, then come with me.
Great day, mate. Well, I knew the military and the Air Force, Navy were involved in the original project Mind Control. In 1944, $10 billion Nazi gold, which they found. It was $10 billion of 1944 price at the time. The train was blown up in Germany both before and after the war ended. The project was under US government surveillance and intelligence. Community knew what was going on, and the CIA monitored everything, as did other governments, intelligence agencies. The field of players were actually operated on the base were small, 30 to 50. The funding was entirely private. After 1983, a Senate Goldwater found out about it, that started an investigation. He couldn't find any trace of government funding, and director of the project, he was Air Force after the Dr. Hammond C. Something took over, I can't remember. It's an article I found on a website. What about the effects of the mind? What I would call the programs, I was part of it. I was subjected to the mind control field, not as initially went into program because they wanted me initially for my sensitive abilities, but later I was assigned to the indoctrination of the younger, program of the younger recruits. The first indoctrination turned out to be a disaster, and finally somebody said, shut it off, he isn't going to give in to it. And then others were affected much more seriously than I. The bets were generally really bad, and they could harm your brain out, and they would go out and pick kids between ages of 12 and 16 off the street. Estimated 10,000 American kids off the street and brought them to the Monarch program, New Jersey, in America. The total number of people they pulled off the streets for the 25 stations, about 250,000. The actual result of the program was, in terms of all those kids, is still a mystery. We still don't know the answers. We know they were fully programmed for something. They were subjected to a program which eventually became more humane using advanced electronic technology. The original programming was Kane in nature, was more physical. Later they worked out techniques that used computers, electronic programming with a Rokan technique that took very fast, had little side effects. I run into people over the years, and this is a very scientific field, identifying patterns you detect. If you're sensitive enough, you can spot an individual who has been through the Monarch program 5 miles away. It's very distinctive in the way it has been administrated. I spotted more than a dozen in Long Island, New York. Wow. They used one drug which used to connect to something, program, to make them more receptive. I don't remember the name of it, the effect of the drug, but yeah. Did they get the mind-altering chair from the aliens? The prototype. What? The prototype came from the aliens. Beyond that, we are uncertain. The chair was essentially a mind amplifier. The government would have specifically trained individuals sit in the chair and generate thought forms which would be amplified and transmitted. They would transmit the signal and put people in a pre-orgasm state where they would be receptive to programming, and it worked very well. And they found other capabilities. They found it could work in time. They had a physical trained individual. No, I just read that bit. Sure. Thought from a vortex that connected. Wow. 1947, 1981. And that exactly what they get is a time tunnel, and they could walk through. What? There was a series on television at one time that portrayed the concept fairly accurately. These were some earlier capabilities that started going forward and backward in time. And that was the last phase of the Phoenix Project. Wow. When did this time machine get going? 1979, 1980. It was fully operational. The transmitter had enough power to warp space and time. The individual in the chair would have to synthesize the vortex function because they didn't have the technical capability to do that. It can now be mathematically synthesized. They did other things, and they had the subject in the chair think of some creature, and the creature would materialize. They had the individual in the chair, all the animals, and the monnet point charging in town, and that's exactly what happened. They almost had the power to create a being. The problem they had was that what they created only stayed as long as the mind amplifier was on. The power was somewhere between, and it quotes the watts of very tremendous power. The vortex could have a diameter of about 5 miles, because Okay, you can describe what this looked like. Looking into a particular spiral tunnel, which was lit up down its entire length, and you could start to walk into the thing and then suddenly you'll be pulled down in it. You didn't walk through it as such. You are more or less propelled through it, and you will go somewhere in space and time. Could you bring things back? Yes. Could you ever brought anything back? Yes. Could you continue your description of the tunnel? Yes. The walls were solid but fluted. The tunnel was not straight. It was a sort of a corkscrew shape. If someone turned off the power, would you be stuck in the destination time and space? Yes, you'll be stuck there. Did they send a lot of kids down the tunnel? Yes. But we don't know what the goals were. They lost a lot of kids. My God. Since there's a time loop between however far you went back to the past and however far into the future, is everything fixed? Yes. One of the things they did was send recruits forward to around 6030 AD. It was always the same point, somewhere in a abandoned city, where there was a statue of solid gold. Where they came back, they were asked what they saw, whether they were expecting to find a different answer from somebody, from an individual to another individual was unknown. They would look into the vortex and make sure the environment would support life before they sent people. They took samples. Are there potential futures that people could be sent to? No. Once you make the connection with the future, the line becomes fixed to that point. Can you change your present by sending somebody to the past? Yes. You can always change the present by sending someone in the future under certain conditions. The government is using assisting time machines to go forward in the mnemonic timeline. Are you saying that now the present can't be changed because we have established a time loop through the future and the past? Yes. That means whatever anyone is doing between the most extreme past point and the future, they will be doing forever. Wow. What is the furthest anyone has travelled in the future? 10.000 AD. So everything is locked in until 10.000 AD. Yes, it's like a dream-like reality. No one has picked up a tangible future beyond, and this article, I don't know how old it is, 2012 AD. There is a very disturbed abrupt wait, where there with nothing on the other side. Prophecy speaks of earth changes around then. Continuous, isn't it? Curious, isn't it? Can you protect yourself for 2 hours in the future and meet yourself? Yes. but it's very dangerous. The individual who walked into the tunnel is out of praise with the individual who comes out of the other end. This does happen. The result is that the individual just incarnates. Can't pronounce that word. Good gosh, I just have to date the article. Wayback Machine website. Let's have a look. Introduction. Philadelphia Project Rainbow. Phoenix Projects 1 and 3. Origins of Radio. It's an article date I'm looking for. Oh my god, it's 1992. I'll end it there. 1992. The important point that 1940 tests that there was one board test vehicle. Let's have a look. The Navy wanted several people to keep an eye on the tests. This is reference to Tessa. In 1879, his father died and his first year at college ended. He came to the United States in 1884. He had intuitive insight. He had a perfect track record. He coming to the USA, he had known Roberts. I can't pronounce that name. Who later worked with the development of atomic bomb, and Dr. Herbert, and the mathematician who devised equations for Hilbert space, which described multiple space or multiple realities mathematically. Equations for multiple space become very important in the project. Dr. von Neumann, I think it is, met Herbert in 1927. Retained a lot of what he had learnt. Let's have a look. After successful 1940 tests, the Navy decided to give the project unlimited funds to classify the project on December the 5th, 1941, and he was in San Francisco. The government came and told him that a war with Japan would start within 72 hours and that they needed him to assist them in January 1942. And ended up in the Institution of Advanced Studies. Tesla was given a ship and a crew. A full-size test. Tesla got Battleship Tesla and didn't agree on some things. Tesla insisted that they were going to be a very severe problem with personnel. Tesla wanted more time, but the Navy wouldn't agree. Tesla made periodic announcements in the late 30s and 40s about his contact with off-planet species. He was in contact with the outside, who agreed that there was a problem with people. He decided to sabotage the 1942 test in an attempt to stop the project. He tunneled the equipment so nothing would work. The test failed. Tesla then turned the project over to von Neumann in March 1942 and left the project. Now Von went to the Navy and requested time to study the problem, determined and what gone wrong. Oh my god. my gosh. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness me. The website I found a long time ago. And all the evidence is there. Oh my gosh. Oh. Are we all test subjects? Bloody hell. Humanity's been used as test subjects. Oh my Lord. Oh, the frequencies are so it's like sucking the souls out of the flesh and blood bodies. Oh, the technology. Wow. So advanced. That was before I was born. Before my late mum was born. Shoot. What's wrong with this blinking mode? Oh, shoot. All those innocent people being tested. Time travel. I knew they had through the wall technology. I just wasn't sure where the website was and where the articles I found it from. I can't talk about anything else what I know because I can't find the actual until I go through this website again. But a lot of people will not comprehend the information. They will not be ready for it. They're not ready. The mindsets are not ready. It's intelligence. It's more than when people become aware of certain information just by chance and they're not part of an organised satanic group or controlled or whatever. They're unmonitored 24 hours a day. This is what the term comes from. Targeted program. This is where all communications are monitored. And that's nothing really, because they got all this technology to monitor your brain and your vital organs, and they're attacking your vital organs for research and development purposes, for transhumanism, turning humans into machines. Why? Why does transhumanists want to live forever? Why do you want to be gods? Why do you want to feel that you want to live forever? Upload your brain. Upload to the supercomputers. Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to stay as you are? Like our Creator, Jesus Christ, and your Father created us. But then people are debating that. They're debating the Creator. You know, they're claiming non-human species mix human DNA, strands of human DNA. So we have a reptilian, what's the word? Nephian stroke, a bit of reptilian DNA within the human DNA. I don't know the full ins and outs yet. I just come across brief information. So when you see videos subject like that, that's just me researching, making inquiries. But at the moment, the focus right now well, now onwards, is spirituality. Because if they're going to do all this to the body, the human body, and your physical existence on earth, what's left is the soul. So have they mastered to capture the soul? So you just, all these particles, all this technology in Switzerland and CERN, all this open up the portals, a spirit, I'm not mathematical minded, I'm not scientifically minded either. So if they're trying to open up these portals, what do you think is coming through into this dimension? So apparently someone did a really good podcast, and I forgot what I found it now. And it did state there's different dimensions. So it's about raising one's spiritual vibrations as well. So if you're getting physically all these frequencies attacks, you exhausted your body and hacking into your neural cortex, the brain, and then with the frequencies and technology. So you're constantly fatigued and all the ill health of the physical body. So you're spiritually trying to, mind, body, and soul, you're trying to keep it in tune. It's really a fighting battle. So, and of course, you've got to be careful what you say, that all of the freedoms naturally we have, meant to have, it's being taken away. The internet was never built as it was designed to. It was alleged, implied, to be portrayed to the populace. So I'm surrounded by individuals that really are controlled and sold out. And I have audio, also recordings of non-natural sleep. I know it's not natural. And all those years ago, didn't even know what I know now, of course. And it's no wonder what's happening to me in the practical level and awfully, it's all connected to the bigger picture. So they look for people's, like somebody posted a long time ago in a different platform. So they look for someone's spiritual abilities within their essence, their genetic makeup, or what they're capable of. So the MyLabs would work into this information. The military adoptions, it's not aliens. It's not like the mainstream narrative on that subject. It's not taking anybody from your bed and adopting you. It's well organised, and there's, I've forgotten his name now. I did a stream a while ago about him. And it's like, so there's these star seeds as well. These very spiritual people who can do the remote viewing as well. Well, I tell you, I don't know how they do that. Very talented. And I'd always wondered about psychic abilities too. So if they follow people's genetics in genealogy, say in bloodlines, in history, perhaps to date. So they're looking for key components within the genetics of that human, human individual, to see whether or not they might have the capabilities of developing their skills, and they got similar genetics they might be looking for, so you might be chosen without even knowing about it, without consent. So why on earth would Satanists, I can't mention keywords here, but why would Satanists do certain procedures, certain rituals on certain ways they do it? It's just like over darkness, isn't it? It's all this technology for so long, and then you have to go back. It all boils back to biblical history, the biblical times, a long, long time, centuries back, and that's what all this technology, all that long time ago. But yet the spiritual side, they say there was a bloodline created from Jesus Christ. I don't buy that myself. Mary Magdalene's side of things, I don't buy into that myself. I don't know much about it, so I can't even quote anything. But you just never know. Different tribes, different world, and all those scholars, all those archaeological knowledge, and people's been digging up the giant bones and skulls all those period times ago, and different places. But once you find the natural energy points, it would make sense when they used how the pyramids were built in Egypt and different places, and the structures of old. I've always wondered about this. The old buildings, the structures, even 1800s. The masons, the original stone masons, the talent of I love architecture where it's well designed, and the ancient times, how they preserved energy, alignments with nature, and they didn't need what we got, mainstream gas, electric, as we all know it now. And you have to go back really to those biblical times, before the modern type, of technology existed, before the years of Tesla and the like. And you see how the bartering, the monetary system comes into all this. And you see how the way the world is turning into one great big control sort of bowl of right, who's got the biggest pot of gold? Who's got water control? Weighing up the scales, And the more corruption and the more pot of gold you got, it's like the tides are twisting now. There's turning back round to what it used to be. Because spirituality is realizing now for a long time, and the crunch time really. But that's on the spiritual. On the practical level, this earth's about to tip upside down. Pole shifts, the solar minimum, and Nempus, Woundward, as it says in the King James Bible. It's like, and the solar minimum and the magnet, the Earth's protection field is breaking down in ways. I'm not an expert in that subject either, but it's breaking down because that radiation is impacting Earth much more. So they have to send all these satellites up. They have to build up this advancement in technology to create like a grid, as like a web of technology to try and protect Earth per se. But section off, I can see where they're pushing the climate change issue, but that's what they label it as. But logically, I can see why they're pushing that area, because they want to protect the limited amount of spaces on Earth that's being destroyed for over a period of time. Because generally, that's humanity is being used to living a certain lifestyle, like plastics, bottles, and things. I mean, I never used to be like that when I was younger growing up. We used to do things differently. But a certain generation, you're raised in a certain way and you're used to throw away society kind of thing and destroying beautiful nature, the rivers. And I can see where they need to bring in these greener type policies. I can see the logic in all that, and rightly so. But how they're doing it is infringing on fundamental rights of human individuals, and carbon taxation and all this stuff, future stuff they're bringing in. And yet with the technology on top, you don't need 6G, you don't need 5G technology, because they already got this advanced technology all those years ago. They're already monitoring people. You don't need any more technology to do what they're already doing. And the microwaves, like Tesla's technology, all that time ago. Wow. Yeah, I can see England has never had this kind of civil unrest. It's never happened in the terminology where it's portrayed in different countries. Never seen it like that. People's never been like that, not in that way. So at the moment, what's being played out psychologically in the mainstream narrative, and a lot of different platforms of social media, infiltrations and things going on. And philosophy as well comes into it. They're monitoring people's reactions and internet access and what they say, what they don't say, and offline. Because they gotta single out people that has this spiritual aura about them. And they've got to pluck them out. They see them as a threat. They see them as a threat to their new system, new way of doing things. For those that go along with the world's new reset policies and programs, globalist, well, they get left alone and they get told what to do or whatever. But people that's similar minded perhaps to oneself is to sight you on a radar. Well, that's just all this information from a long time before I was born. They've always had this anyway. Nothing new. It runs genetically. That's what I found out anyway. Runs through your grandkid or granddad could have had it, and their family, bringing it forward, your mum, who knows, that they could have been sold out and play along with this program and just say, yeah, I've got a daughter, son, to test out with. And before you know it, you don't know you're into this program. You don't know that your family members may or may not be part of it. And next thing you know, bingo, you wake up and there you are. You realise you're in it. And it's like, what? Wow. So, yeah. Anyway, so I've got to switch off. Put some sermons on and spiritual, focusing on that. But when there's so many, this is where they manipulate religion too. There's so many different versions. I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but I'm not here to go into that particular area. But generally speaking, whatever one's belief systems are, the spirituality point of view, right, this time of life, here and now kind of thing is more important. You can't predict the future. Well, a lot of people already have and they've done. Because of the technology and the evidence they've got in time travel. I did see a movie, a couple of them, sci-fi, and wow. What's going to happen is going to happen, isn't it? Because there's like a shift, a paradigm shift. It's like there are species out there warning for those who have that skill to accept that information, that these are the dark times. This is the battle. It's a bit like biblical times, isn't it? You know, oh, it's just wow. Wow. And then everyday things get in the way in between. It doesn't matter anymore. None of it matters. Because we're all connected spiritually. So if you're of the dark, your soul's already gone. And your physical form is just being possessed by the darkness. If you're the light, that's where they see the threat. You know, there's an aura, and I don't know if anybody's ever studied different colours of auras about the body. But there's all these different auras, and when you comprehend the different colours and the meanings, you give out that vibration, you give out that. And these dark beings, I just call it dark souls, sense that about one. And then the technology of the neuromonitoring, well, that's a different story another day. Because it's like, why would you want to monitor starseeds, spiritual beings, in the human form? Why do you see them as a threat? You know? Because, is it so, if you talk about scripture, is it because the demonic side is so desperate to take as many souls away down to the pit of hell, whatever, as they can, because they know the times are ending and now. Time's running out now. It's not like I'm not. So many people call themselves pastors, whatever title they want to call themselves, and training all this stuff and studies. Anyone could do that. Anyone could go to courses and anyone could go to these well-organised establishments and say, we've got this training, you know, we're now a pastor, preacher, whatever. It's just a title, it's just a name. It's just soul, it's your knowledge. It doesn't matter about, you know, there's so much in life that's gone on in so many centuries. It all goes back to square one. This world won't be quite go back to biblical times. I can't see that happening. The technology, the amount of gold, the amount of monetary systems is being invested into technology. Can never see it going back. No, can't ever see that happening. But for those starseeds, the spiritual beings, oh yeah, they're connected to the past, connected in genealogy and genetically and subtly. It really is something, because how else are they not falling for the dark side of life? They're not perfect, but they've not gone into the occult. And the practice is what they do. So yeah. Never thought all those years ago when I was younger, ever thought I'll get to learn this information. I get to research and find things out. Yeah. But you've got to be practical. You've got to keep your so-called focus, because they've got to twist things against you. But, a lot of these people are not spiritually awakened, that the mindsets are not open yet. So they were just saying you're just making it all up, and it's just you're not quite with it kind of scenario. They're lying, cheating, label and slander you, and worse still. But you see, he was prosecuted first on this earth, on the physical side. Well, it was the man himself. It's Jesus Christ, our Heavenly Father, the Son of God, who died upon the cross just to save humanity from the sins. All those years ago, all these teachings I had, all the studies I did as a young woman growing up on the biblical side, and it's like a 360 turnaround. Never ever thought I would remember key dates and the Lamanites, the Israelites, and I've still got the old maps of where the tribes were based, and well, my father's side, his tribe was from that area, for certain areas on my father's bloodline, so I'm informed. I'm not sure my female bloodline. Yes, this is a bit of a dark horse on my female bloodline. It stops at my grandmother. Well, my great-grandmother's side. So I know we were natural healers. I'm from on that bloodline. Always been natural abilities and natural healers. I know that much. In the old days, a long time ago, it was known as white witches. So spiritual healers. And with natural herbs and things. That's what I'd done. And the way, the area in my genetics, my bloodline, where we were raised, and the history of that area, I did a lot of study in that particular area of you got the fairy rhymes, you got the tales, folklore, that kind of thing. But a lot of these folklores always, people say just tall tales kind of thing. But a lot of it I found, some of it's quite true. Because all these period TV shows and movies made reference to where I come from. And I was around a particular area when they did a movie, and I just happened out. I used to watch, didn't even know the actor, and the film set was there that day when I was with my family members in that area. long time ago. And it was all reference to the shipping, the 1700s shipping era, British shipping marina type. Well, I suppose in that particular era, British military navy period. I'll never forget that. So yeah, it was. I never would have thought. See, all those innocent periods of time when you're younger and you don't even, you're just a kid, you're just getting on with things, so to speak, and you don't realise. I mean, the education system, unless you're in a family, in a bloodline, and you studied Latin, you've gone to these education establishments, and you've had the privilege of a certain pathway of knowledge. So, and then if you have that particular bloodline and that abilities, then you're plucked out for positions in whether it's banking or governments or whatever. Yeah, banking more likely, but you can't marry outside of that bloodline family though. Because my ex from years ago, he was one of those. He was a very kind gentleman. The only one the only decent one at the time. I really found his extremely good. And yeah, and he was always a good friend. And he did tell me a lot all those years ago about computers, about the world traveling he did, about periods of time throughout the year in his circle of his, not just his friends, but obviously it goes to his family, what's expected of him. And had I known, which I didn't, but all these years I know now, that he was part of one of the elite families, the bloodline families, 13 of them. But genetically, genealogy side. And it was unique. I've still got photos of him and me. And it's like, wow. I came very, very dear friend. And he was a genuine man. And not all of these bloodline families are negative. It's just they're born into it. And he said he can't get out of it. He has to produce an heir. He has to marry in within the bloodlines. It's like arranged marriages. You have to match with another family to keep the bloodline pure. I knew this in the 90s. I didn't think much to it. I didn't know what I know now. So knowing I've had that connection, and certain things I will never talk about what he confided in me. It's like, wow. But there you go. He was very much into business, and that's just education. It was very much the first time the computers come out, he worked for IBM. And he taught me he bought my first computer. He helped me learn the first thing about the internet, what was at the time. So, but it did open my eyes to his travels. And from being a religious, restrictive kind of the wall over my eyes scenario to learning there's a different world altogether out there. And that's when I stumbled across the dark side. I just stumbled across things. And certain individuals didn't want me to say anything. And I was never going to anyway. It's not my place. But they see me as a threat because of what I know. All those years ago, they still see me as a threat. So it's like, even more than ever now, I've woken up to a lot of things. And it's like, wow, I never chose to help this innocent individual. I didn't know all this kind of things I found out existed, and it always has, but I didn't know at the time. So sadly, certain individuals connected to the past are still around to date, and they just want me out of the way. Any way possible, they want me out of the way. They just see me as a major threat, but I am not afraid of them because they know, everything that goes on to so many people like me. No, what I know now, thanks to good people out there that's got good hearts, they know who they are. They know their souls, what they're about. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't know on the spiritual point of view what I know now. I wouldn't be awakened to the spiritual side. And that's what matters. Everything else really doesn't matter anymore. Nothing. Doesn't. So all these distractions about everyday stuff, and they want people to focus on the distractions, worries and stress and all this stuff. And really what boils down to is to protect your soul. 100% on that one. You can learn as much as you want, know as much as you want, and where's it going to get you? Just prepare your soul. So anyway, I think it's 3 hours or something I've been just observing and the internet being hacked, and I'm really now going to call it a day. I think I might just make this, make it private, seeing I just hack everything. So okay, going to my main internet. Yeah. Bulb stage. So, educate yourself.org, mind control began in 1950s, the use of the mind. I've only got 56 subscribers on this Peace, Love, Truth, and I've got 1,000.3k views on that video. So, powers that be are monitoring these communications, and that's why I was severely attacked since that was up. So one watching possibly me 4 hours and nobody. This is what I know. So let me just edit this as private. I know this is already kept in archive and monitored. I do like the screen saver, new screen thing on the. So What? Yeah, whatever. Hello, Christina. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Christina. Hello.
Oh, God. Oh, I'm just getting a bit. Oh, it's 2:30 in the morning. My head's killing me. Do you know, the hacking me so bad. I was just trying to scream. I've given up.